Give some acknowledgements to the great herdsman of our junior red Angus. First of all, we want to bring in Caden Sutherland. Caden is going to be receive the junior herdsman award. And a congratulations to you, sir, and also Liz Mokey to come in and receive the senior herdsman award. Congratulations. It is good to see the youth of the game, the youth of the industry standing up and performing well and ensuring the foundation, if you will, of our ag community. And congratulations to you, Caden, Liz. Keep up the good work. With that, we are going to bring in our first class this morning. Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon is going to bring his tag number 502. Emma Neck of Mellon, Oregon, tag 473. And tag number 484 comes from Baylor Marie Hurlbert of Raymond, South Dakota. Showmen and showwomen, we are going to request that music be played only over the house system here, if you would, please. Keep the music in the barn area turned off during the show, please, and thank you.
First off, Doug, thank you for honoring my request. I love that Chris Stapleton version of the national anthem, and I asked him yesterday, I said, hey, could you dig that out for me? And he did. So there's nowhere else in the world that you can go and judge a show and make a request of what you want for the national anthem. I appreciate that, buddy. I'm going to describe these cattle and tell you what I see before I tell you how I have them placed. And starting with the heifer, the young lady in a light teal-colored shirt. She's the most mature heifer in the class. She's the one that has the most condition to her, but she's also, because of that added maturity, she's bold-bodied and stout in her feature. I think some of that maturity is to her disadvantage because as you read her in her neck and face, she's a little chuffier and plainer there about her neck and head. I'd like to lean that heifer up. I think it also contributes to how she moves. It gets out and goes and ratchets up in her pastern some. Appreciate the top shape, appreciate the hip that she has. Like I said, she's just pretty far along in terms of maturity. She's seen a bit more feed than these others have at this point. Heifer in the middle balances up incredibly well in terms of just the design. I think about her as a mature cow. She's going to be beautiful in terms of her neck presence and head and shoulder and that blend there. She balances really well from her chest floor back to her flank, and she's sound enough when she gets out and goes. Is she perfect? No, but I think she's one that's sound enough, and like I said, I love the balance that she has. She actually has a bit more shape coming out of the top of her shoulder than and down her top than the heifer that stands right behind her. Heifer that stands, young lady back here on this end, that heifer is a lot like her in terms of balance, just in terms of the symmetry that you see, the rib shape, the curvature. She's a little more refined about her bone work. She's a little more concave right behind her shoulder because she's just greener and more juvenile. So all three of the cattle have lots of things that I like about them, and it's tough when you have one that's just an outlier in terms of condition and just a little different. But for me, the young lady in the middle, you're going to win the class. She's the combination female. I think the female that best follows her next in terms of type and kind, young lady here in the black vest, you're going to be second. And then we conclude with the big stout female there and the young lady in the teal shirt. So all three of those females are really nice. I just opted to go with the balance and the eye appeal of those two females in the top pair.
Congratulations to your top two in the class right there. Baylor Marie Hurlbert of Raymond, South Dakota, finishes second with tag 484. And Emma Neck of Malin, Oregon, into the top of the class. Tag number 473. Going to bring in and look at some March heifer calves now. Tag 511 from Taylor Wagle of Stevensville, Montana. Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, brings us tag number 499. Bullis Creek Ranch of Valentine, Nebraska, tag 451, and Jana Herbst of Manhattan, Montana, tag 478. Class number 4, February calves. You are going to be next out. You'll be 464, 455, 454, 479, 500, 458, and 493. I want to give just a quick shout out to the good folks at showbarnflix.com. They are getting everything happening in the show ring sent out to the World Wide Web. If you have loved and dear ones that can't be here with us today, let them know to go to showbarnflix.com.
Really contrasting pair up here at the top, and just kind of had this little internal argument with myself here on these two cattle. I think the added length and freshness of the female that wins the class is why I gravitate towards her. The heel depth on the back foot of that female is my preference. I think that's one in terms of, excuse me, in terms of just future presentation, future of that female, growth potential, all the alignment that we see, I think just hits me a little harder. She's higher at her pin set. She's leaner today. All those things hit me, and I think she's the one that best fits today. I really, really like the body and the depth and just the rib shape of this female in second. She's one that's a little lower in her pin set. She comes around underneath herself, and she's really far back on her heel. I'd like to give her just a touch more heel depth. She's one that's showing she's got some more condition to her, and I just like to freshen her up a little bit in terms of her condition, strengthen her in her heel depth, and pick that real foot up just a touch. But if you want to talk about bold top and big hip, all those things are right on that female. I just like to square her up back there on those hind two. Young lady, and your female is the leanest. She's the thinnest. She's the one that's pounds light in this class. But when you study that female, there's good to her, and she's actually better in her structure than the next female, and that's why she stands where she is. She's more correct in the set, in how her foot comes to the ground, the angularity and slope to her shoulder. And when you get behind her, you watch her track away from you. She tracks real wide. That one just needs time is all she needs because she's made right. Young man's female is obviously heavier. She's bolder in terms of her rib, in terms of both depth and curvature to her rib. But you watch that female in terms of how she goes. A bit more rigid on her hind wheels. She just doesn't get out and flex her hind legs. I'd like to see shoulder blade lays further forward in her. So if you swap that pair and you say you want the performance of this one instead of the soundness of the other one, I don't argue with you very hard. I just opted to do a little skinny heifer I thought was sounder in the long term. Young man, your heifer's real attractive from the side, real long spine, level hip. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your top two in the class right there. Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, showing tag number 499. And Jana Herbst of Manhattan, Montana, going to be your class champion with tag 478. We're going to go to division right now. Make our selection for spring, calf champion, and reserve. Welcome back to the Ford Show Ring. All those in contention for selection at division.
I think when you get these two class winners out here and they stand side by side, you can kind of see what's important to me in these young heifer calves in terms of freshness and in terms of a maternal build and look. I don't think a young heifer calf needs to be super fat. I think she needs to look like a young heifer calf, and that's what we've tried to keep out here in this lineup. We're going to use a female that wins the first class to be our champion in this division. We're going to follow up with our second class winner as reserve. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Congratulations to your reserve spring calf champion, tag at number 478, shown by Jana Herbst of Manhattan, Montana. And your champion out of Malin, Oregon, Emma Nack with tag number 473. 473, congratulations to our spring calf champion. That's going to bring us to class number 4. Looks like we have a half a dozen of them in class number 4. Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. Going to bring his tag 464. Then Tyler T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming with 455. Number 454 also comes from T.J. Brown. 479 from Kelly Herbst of Manhattan, Montana. Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with tag 500. 458 from Maxim Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. And Sun River Red Angus out of Fort Shaw, Montana brings us tag number 493. We do need to give a few thank yous to some of the great sponsors that we have here at the NILE again for 2024. Not the least of which, the good folks at Agribest Feeds. They're a proud sponsor of the NILE Show and your local Air-Equip dealer. Air-Equip is the most innovative livestock handling chute on the market. You can look them over for yourself. The 8700 manual chute is right there in the Agribest Feeds booth across from the show ring. And the full line of Air-Equip chutes can be found on the grounds right outside the Montana Pavilion. Check out their ad on the back of the NILE Premier magazine or stop by and visit with the Agribest Feeds team at their booth across from the show ring. Stock Show Secrets brand supplements have innovated the livestock show industry. Like their competitors, Stock Show Secrets offers performance-based products to make your animal do and look better, but Stock Show Secrets also offers products for a safer show experience, a more rewarding show experience. They believe that no matter how good an animal is, it won't place well if it cannot get shown well. That's what makes Stock Show Secrets different. You can check them out on Facebook, Instagram, or at stockshowsecrets.com. Select Sires offering an expanded sire lineup, including more elite bulls from respected programs. Select Sires, calving ease, carcass cows. Stop by and see Jane Ansel at their booth in the trade show, or visit your local Select Sire representative. Pine Coulee Bulls. Bulls bred and tested for convenience, efficiency, and profit traits. Pine Coulee Bulls sale is going to be on March 10th, 2025 at the Wagon Box Ranch in Hardin, Montana. And this year, they're going to be selling 150 yearling bulls. Thank you to Jim Stamfel and John Carroll. Western Ranch Supply, serving the big country with quality and service you can trust. Stop into their West End store, located just off the Shiloh exit. They're a complete farm and ranch store, from vet supplies to show supplies or fencing to livestock equipment, saddles and tack, with a huge clothing department. Thank you to Rob Erickson, Keith Robinson, and Shane Vandevort.
Top to bottom, just a really, really good class, a young heifer calves. And I start with the one that I think that combines structural integrity, balance, femininity, puts all those things together to the highest degree. Now, there's some ifs on this heifer, and the ifs are, if she fills in behind her shoulder and comes with time, that's probably, and if she gets enough lower base width. To me, she just needs time and feed and is immature, and it'll come. So that's what I see. She's bendier, she's softer in terms of how her hind leg is designed and how she uses her hind leg. When she gets out and travels, there's more flex at her pastern, just more give to her hock. I love the skeletal width of this heifer in second. She is wide from pin to pin. She tracks wide. But with that, she just doesn't quite flex her hock like I'd like her to see, or her pastern rather. But boy, that is going to be a powerhouse female. Give her some time. Let's see if she gets to where she fights out here a little less and flexes a little better. She's got enough power where she's going to give that one that wins the class and run for muddy. That's sure enough one that I like a lot. She does stand on the outside of her skeleton. I hope that she doesn't go any further out. Next female is one that I love, her rib shape. This is a bold-bodied, stout-middled female. She carries the most condition of the top three, and if you watch her out here, she has her top comes up some. And I can't tell if it's that she's just a little extra full today or if that's just who she's going to be. And when that top comes up, it causes her to break behind her shoulder some, so I'd like to tie her in as her shoulder hooks into her spine just a little stronger there. She's one, as I said, carries the most condition of those top three. We might lean her up just a touch. Next female, you love the maternal look of this female, real long spined. In fact, she's the longest bodied, longest hip female in the class. With that added length, she's a little piecey. You have a midsection, a hip, a front, and just going to need some time to get all those pieces hooked together. She has a little more throat underneath. I just want to assemble those pieces and parts maybe a little better, prettier head up and underneath her jowl there. But I think just in terms of length and extension, that's a good female. And let's go ahead and lead these next 3 around. Then we get into making some tough decisions in these cattle and aligning these final couple. Young man's heifer next is a little plainer headed. She's plainer over the top of her neck, has a more movement and boldness to her shoulder and scapula. I like to just refine her about her head, neck, and shoulder. And again, one that just doesn't sit comfortably on her hind leg. Young man's next female is bold body, deep-sided from chest floor back to flank. With that said, she's one that's a little heavier condition and shorter necked. We want to lengthen her out, just balance her up better some. And then we conclude with a female that we just want to redesign from a structure standpoint. You can see she just doesn't set her hind leg with a lot of fluid knees, but still big square top in her square hip, could lengthen her out just a touch as well. Really, really good classic cattle to sort through, some challenges all the way through to make, and some decisions to be made.
Impressive class right there, and congratulations to the top 2 in the class. Out of Walla Walla, Washington, Jenna Cox finishes in reserve with tag 464, and Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon is your class champion, tag 500. That moves us to class number 5. These are January heifer calves. Looks like we've got a half a dozen of them here again at tag 488 from Joseph Moki of Heifer, Montana. Tag number 507, Caden Sutherland of Stevensville, Montana. Tag 468, Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan. Tag 496, Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Tag 467, Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan. And Jana Cox of Walla Walla, Washington brings us tag number 465 to complete the class. We'll go to division after we look at this class right here. Class number 10, April Spring Yearling Heifers. You'll be first down after division. You are tags 506 and 474. Thank you to Rocky Mountain Compost for their continued support of the NILE. Again, this year they have supplied our livestock bedding, and they can do the same for you. They deliver across 7 states. Biozyme and VitaFirm. Biozyme and VitaFirm. Make sure to provide the best quality vitamin and mineral supplement to your herd with the VitaFirm line, powered by Amifirm, a prebiotic proven to increase intake, digestion, and absorption. VitaFirm is a proud sponsor of this year's NILE. Hubbard Feeds has a long history of providing research-based nutrition products and innovative support services. We have 22 feed manufacturing locations across the United States that provide our dealers and customers a wide variety of products. At Hubbard, we are driven to provide our customers with products and answers that will improve their profitability, increase their competitive advantage, reduce their risk, and simplify their lives. And a shout out to Tri-State Livestock News. Tri-State Livestock News is the leading livestock publication in the upper Midwest. They're over 60 years strong. Published every Saturday, Tri-State Livestock News provides timely agribusiness news, rodeo updates, livestock market reports, and community event coverage in a 9-state region. You can visit them online at tsln.com, or better yet, when you come through the front doors of this building, just look to your right immediately. You'll see the Tri-State Livestock booth set up there. They've got some papers available for you to take. They've got magazines on all kinds of different topics in the ag industry, and they would welcome you to come on over and visit. Get yourself a couple of those sweatshirts there. They've got some real unique sweatshirts that are all about supporting the American beef industry.
you're going out, park wherever you want. Quite a bit of decisions to make in this class, but the one thing that I'm most comfortable with is the heifer that wins. And I think as you study her in terms of the barrel rib shape that she has, in terms of balance, in terms of how she sets her foot to the ground, the design to her foot, all those things are the most correct. And I think she's just the one that checks the most boxes per se and has to, for me, to win the class. And that's the easiest decision I make in this class. After that, there's three heifers that you have some decisions to be made. Let's go ahead and lead those heifers around. Get into a duo of heifers that both of them I'd like to change how they handle their hind leg and just give them a bit more flex and hit their track maybe more appropriately, widen them up as they go away. But the young man's female is the next big top, wide structured female. She's the most appropriate there and extra long and fresh fronted and neat necked. Like I said, I'd like to give her just a little more flex behind. Same thing with this dark red heifer. I'd like to see her just have a little more flex. She's a bit more refined out in terms of bone work relative to that heifer right in front of her, and that's where we make a decision. You can swap that pair back and forth. I think the heifer in second's longer bodied than this female. She tucks her chest floor in just a little better. So those two females, you want to change their structure just a little bit, tweak them. This one you might even lay your knee back. This female that comes around next does have the softness to structure that you want to see, and I like that a lot about this heifer. When you get right behind her, she's really kind of A-framed right behind her shoulder, and just tapers and flattens down low. While she's big-middled and she's deep from the side profile, she's one that just has a little harder look to her when you get behind her and analyze her. If she fills in and does all those things and becomes softer, she has the structural design to be kind of a neat big bred. Right now, she's just a little hard-made. Love the softness that she has from the side. Young lady does a nice job hanging in there with her. Go ahead around, young men, these two heifers. Young man that comes next, dark red heifer, similar to the one right in front of her in terms of how she's built in her forerib. Want to open her up there right behind her shoulder. You can see she has quite a bit of scapula movement and she's more concave. Some of that is that she's a little thin, but I don't think that's a problem. I think she really is a little tighter in her heart girth because she's huge top, huge and wide from pin to pin. Just want to widen her up there in her chest floor, tidy her up in the lower part of her chest. Okay, cowboy, let's go ahead and lead your heifer out. Our buddy here has a more moderate female, one that's probably pounds light in the class. She gets a little off in terms of balance, more refined from a bone standpoint. Want to power her up there. Has some nice pin width relative to her frame. Obviously big belly kind of heifer. Just doesn't have enough bone and foot to advance any higher, not enough pounds in performance. Congratulations. That was probably one of the more challenging classes that we've sorted yet today.
Your top two of the class right there. Tag 467 from Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan. And your class champion, Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, will tag 465. Going to go to division now. Make selection of our junior heifer calf champion and reserve. April spring yearling heifers. Again, you're on deck. Your tags 506 and 474. Class 11 March spring yearling heifers. You're in the hole with 453 and 463.
Folks ringside, let's put our hands together. It's been an early morning for these young exhibitors, and let's show them our appreciation. Give them a round of applause, please. Anytime you have an 8 o'clock in the morning show, that means you're at the barn pretty early, and I appreciate what it takes. Pretty simple decision for me in terms of keeping cattle sound, keeping them with some look and some balance. The heifer that wins the first class is going to win the division. Heifer that wins the second class is going to be reserved. Congratulations to those two young ladies.
Your junior heifer calf reserve champion, tag 465 from Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. And the junior heifer calf champion wears tag number 500. That one's shown by Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Congratulations. We're going to move now to class number 10. Class number 10 coming at you. Tag 506 from Ray Spear of Butte, Montana. Also, tag number 474 from Emma Neck of Malin, Oregon. These are April spring yearling heifers. March spring yearling heifers. You're going to be on deck.
Two April junior yearlings out here, and young lady's going to win the class. That's a really big barrel, deep bodied, stout footed, stout featured female to win the class. She's sound enough. She could maybe every once in a while she wants to ratchet that pastern just a little bit, but boy, in terms of just cow power, she does a lot of things right. She's nicer in her hip design and probably holds everything together a little more collected than the young man's female. Appreciate the added length that female has. Again, a big structured, big footed female. Just like to pretty her up about her head some and maybe strengthen her in terms of how she holds her top. But nice pair of cattle, exceptional when they're there to win the class.
Emma Neck of Malin, Oregon right there with tag 474. Going to be reserve in the class. And Rice Spear of Butte, Montana has 506. That's your class champion. Class number 11 coming at you right now. March spring yearling heifers. Got a pair of them here. One 453 from Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. And out of Whitehall, Montana, Zane Doney is going to bring his tag number 463.
I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing in these two females, and then I'll tell you how we're going to place them. Female to my right, the young lady's female is, and both these females are sound enough. So let's just take that off the plate, and then you go to looking at the cattle in terms of muscle and balance. And I love the presentation of the female, the young lady's female. Beautiful in terms of balance when you read her from her chest floor back, in terms of just the levelness that you see. She's one she's the lighter muscled of the two. When you read her in her forearm, you read her at her stifle, and she's just kind of straight and flat there behind. When you read her at a 3/4 angle, there's not as much flare to her stifle, not as much width to her when you get behind her either, but beautiful in terms of her balance, eye appeal. She's actually a little better from her chest floor back to her midsection than the female that the young man leads. The young man's darker red female. In terms of length and extension of front end, they're similar there. She's a bolder, stouter female, and you see that in her shoulder, at the top of her shoulder, and you see it in the lower part of her stifle. There's just simply more to that female in terms of stifle width. She's a deeper bellied, deeper middled female, but she tucks up right in her chest floor, right behind her chest floor just a little bit. So there's some give and take. She's not quite as strong right behind her shoulder as the female right in front of her, but she's also bigger bellied and fuller today. So there's give and take. You got a stout one that's maybe not as assembled quite as well. You have a real pretty one that's not as stout. I like cattle that have a little more muscle, a little more shape. I've been consistent with that all week. Young man, you're going to win the class. Young lady, you're going to be second.
Congratulations to your class reserve right there, Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, with tag 453. And your class champion will be Zane Doney of Whitehall, Montana, tag number 463. That'll take us to Senior Intermediate Champion Division. All those in contention for selection. Welcome back to the Ford F-150 show ring. While Jeremy is looking these over, I want to give a quick shout out to a couple of the good folks again that help us out at the NILE, not the least of which, of course, is the Northern Ag Network, KGHL. The NILE Stock Show is brought to you by the flagship station of the Northern Ag Network, home of award-winning farm broadcasters like Taylor Brown, Coulter Brown, Andy Schwab, and Brett McRae. They're on the AM dial at 790, or you can go to 94.7 FM. Again, that is the Northern Ag Network, KGHL. If you need a place to stay when you come to Billings and you want an absolutely phenomenal breakfast that'll go along with it, go to the Clock Tower Inn. They're one of our host hotels. They're right in downtown Billings, connected to Stella's Bakery, and speaking from experience, that is an outstanding spot to get you some breakfast. Also, a thank you to the good folks at Northern Hotel, Residence Inn by Marriott, Billings Hotel and Convention Center, and Town Place Suites. When you find yourself in the Magic City and needing a place to lay your head at night, pick out one of those good folks, because they're the ones that help us out at the NILE. Going right here to a division for Senior Intermediate Champion.
Bring our two class winners out, and so there's some condition difference between those two females, but I also think that there's some true body width difference. And the female that wins the first class is more open in her forerib. I think there's just more cow there in terms of rib shape, even when you lean that female up, and she's, I think as you kick her out in the pasture, she's one that is just going to be a bigger barreled female, more correct how she assembles there behind her shoulder. She's going to be at her champion in this division. We're going to follow up with the young man that wins the second class. She'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your senior intermediate champion, tag 506, shown by Ray Spear of Butte, Montana. And the senior intermediate reserve champion goes to tag 463. That one from Zane Doney of Whitehall, Montana. I have misspoken. I'm sorry. Emma Neck is going to be your champion. My apologies. Emma Neck of Mellon, Oregon. We're going right now to class number 12, February junior yearling heifers. Tag 453 from Madison Brist of Kyla, Montana. Tag 490, Elizabeth Moki of Heifer, Montana. Number 472 from Jasper Gallard of Stevensville, Montana. And finally, number 462 from Charlie Klein of Gold Creek, Montana.
Young lady, let's go ahead and pull your heifer out here. She'll be first. Tremendously big bodied, big barreled, kind of a ranchy made female, and I love that about her. She's going to stay sound forever. She doesn't have just a real driving hind leg, but that doesn't bother me at all because I think in terms of just flexibility to her structure, in terms of pin width when you get behind her, you could have a pasture full of cows like this and stay in the business for the long term. So there's lots of things that you like about that cow. Fundamentally, she's just a good one. Young man's female comes around next. Not quite as attractive about her head and lower chest. She pushes her chest plate out some, throws her balance off some, but we compare her to the next female. She's simply wider from hooks to pins and wider as she goes down in the lower part of her stifle and base. So we lean her up and change her front end, obviously, but I think she just has more power. Young lady, let's go ahead and lead your heifer around. This heifer's probably just a bit trimmer and maybe more ideal about her head and flatter necked, but still one that when you get behind her, she wants to taper and funnel and just quite a bit flatter, not as much true muscle shape as those two right in front of her. Gets out and reaches, hits her tracks adequately. One that's obviously leaner in her condition relative to the ones that stand on either side of her. We appreciate that about her. And then we conclude with a bigger female. I think probably the higher energy requirement female out here. She's one that we want to freshen about her tail head, freshen about her head and neck. She just gets a touch masculine looking. Combine that with the added size. Appreciate though that she's one in terms of travel. She's an athlete. She has some flex and give to her structure. The right inset at her knee can get out and go. Just like to see that female leaner and fresher and just a bit more feminine.
Excellent class right there. And your top two out of the class, tag number 472 from Jasper Gillard of Stevensville, Montana. And Madison Brist of Cotta, Montana wins the class with tag number 453. That'll bring us to class number 13. Looking right here at some January junior yearling heifers. We'll bring in at tag number 497. Tag number 497 from Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Tyler Brown of Powell, Wyoming brings us 457. 459 comes from the pride of Walla Walla, Washington, Taryn Cox. Then it's going to be tag 466 from Jenna Cox, also of Walla Walla, Washington. Senior yearling heifers, you are on deck. Just a single entry right there. Hadley Hartman, tag 476, you're on deck.
You know what I'd really like to do is take these cattle home and calve them out and come back in a year from now and tell you how they performed, and then I'll which one's the best one for sure. But I can tell you the young lady's female that wins the class today, she's the boldest bodied, biggest, and just most open through her midsection. She's big-footed, stout-featured, and gets out and goes adequately. I'd like to change her at the center of her spine just a little bit. She's extra full, and she comes up in the middle of her back when she moves. When she stops, she relaxes, and everything kind of comes together. I think in terms of length and balance and mass and muscle, she has the advantage here in the class, and that's why she wins the class. Heifer that stands in second is just beautiful in terms of her neck shoulder blend, strength at top. She's better at the center part of her spine than our class winner. Not as stout in terms of muscle, not as stout in terms of foot, but in terms of just lines and design. I love this female in terms of her balance. Lots of good things about this one. She's better in her shoulder angle than the next female. The next female you watch, when she stops, just naturally she opens up in her front end, and it's because her shoulder blade lays further forward, and so to compensate when she stops, she opens up. You just want to lay her shoulder blade back. If you want to talk about just sheer rib from chest floor back to flank, she might win the contest in the class, but and she carries some extra condition, and she's just not as mobile as the others out here. Lay her shoulder blade back, she becomes more comfortable, and I think she might even beat that heifer right in front of her, but still extra deep bodied, really neat maternal package. Female that comes out here next does have more reach out of her front end, more inset at her knee. She's one that's probably just not as stout in terms of power. When you get from her loin back, we want to redesign that female. She drops her pins and comes underneath herself a little bit. Functional female, just not all the bells and whistles of some of those in front of her.
Congratulations to the reserve in the class. That's Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, showing tag 466 and 457, shown by Tyler T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming. Going to be your class champion. Congratulations. We're going to look at a single entry right here in our senior yearling heifers. This is tag number 476 from Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. We'll go to division after this to select our to select our senior champion in reserve. We do have a division right now. My apologies. I got off. We have a division right now. My bad. I got one ahead of myself. Looking for all those that are in contention for selection February and January junior yearling heifers, your division. Boy, I'm batting 1,000 here this morning. I made a mistake announcing the winners of that last class as well. Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon is going to be your class champion. Congratulations, Ella.
In this division, there were some really fun cow prospects, and love that. I think in terms of what the Red Angus breed represents, I think this division probably shows that as good as any division we've had out here. Young lady that wins that second class in terms of combining show ring presence and cow dimension, she puts the most positives together. So young lady that wins that second class, you're going to win the division. Young lady that wins the first class, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your champion, Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. And in reserve, Madison Brist of Kyla, Montana. Congratulations to you both. Now we're ready to go on to class number 15. Class 15 coming at you right here. Your senior yearling heifers, single entry, shown by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. This is tag number 476.
just right there. Where? Just make a circle is good. Help her out here. Boy, this one, when they came to town, they came with one that's right. She is bold and powerful and stout and good at the ground, fresh, showing us that she's bred. That one's just pretty good bovine. There's no other way to say it. Congratulations to that young lady. This one will be super competitive here in a minute in our champion drive.
Congratulations to a very deserving senior champion right there. Tag 476, Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. That's going to bring us to class number 16, 2-year-old cow with calf. Got a single entry right here coming from Lebanon, Oregon, and Cambry Murray, tag 501. Mature cow and calf, tag 503. You are on deck.
Like the build of this cow in terms of just length and femininity, extension, the curvature and bend that she has to her hind leg at her knee, very sound. You like that. We saw that heifer calf earlier, talked about how big topped and big hips she was, one that had just a little extra softness there back and laid back on her heel, maybe just a touch extra. But as a unit, that's a really good pair of cattle. Congratulations. I think this one would be nice for the young lady as she moves her back into the herd.
Again, a very nice single entry right there in your 2-year-old cow with calf. That one from Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Going to go next to class number 17, mature cow and calf. Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon. Presents us tag number 503. We'll go to selection of our cow-calf champion following this class. And then, of course, your grand champion and reserve grand champion female selection.
Perhaps the longest bodied female that we've seen out here today in terms of length of hip, length of front, all those things that you appreciate about this cow. Has a big soft heifer calf at side. We saw that one in the first class. We talked about that calf had some added maturity, and you can see that she's been on a cow, probably been fed along. Pin width and hip width, bone, in terms of how that cow comes to the ground, all those things are really nice. She's showing that she's just milked down a little bit, a little tighter in her forerib. Not as pulled apart maybe up front, but look at the job she's doing at side. Look at the skeletal build of that cow. Lots of positives there. Congratulations to that young lady. Nice job with this pair.
Again, that is tag number 503, shown by Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon. We'll go now to make selection of our cow-calf champion. We'll bring back to the show ring tag 501 from Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. To make selection of our cow-calf champion and reserve. If you are in contention for selection of grand champion female, cock your hammer, you are on deck. Congratulations, your cow-calf champion. Going to be tag 501 from Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. And in reserve, it is Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon, tag number 503. Going to go right now to selection of our grand champion female and reserve. If you are in contention for selection as grand champion, we welcome you back to the show ring and wish you the best of luck.
If you're a division winner in the Junior Red Angus show, you should be in line ready to walk in the ring right now. First division winner is walking in. If you're the second division winner and you're not here, you need to be in line. Third division winner. Doug, who was the second division winner? You might call the division winners out.
Again, we do need all of our division winners. We need all of our division winners to the ring, please. Tags 473, 478, 500, 465, 463, 453, 497, 501, and 503. Need you. Correction, just the division winners, of course. We need 501, 476, 506, 473.
I happen to raise Red Angus and have just a sincere passion for the cattle, sincere passion for the young people, and I always enjoy when you put that together and being able to see cattle like this at the Nile. It sure makes it fun. There's a lot of things that I think that are important in these cattle, and I've tried to emphasize it of keeping the young cattle fresh and juvenile. I've tried to keep the cattle in terms of their foot shape and keeping that right, keeping those cattle with some bend to their structure and some flexibility, and then keeping forerib in these cattle, because sometimes in the last couple years we tended to make these cattle where they're really, really lean, and then it just kind of gave up some doability in some places. And in today's show ring, there's some places where we forget the importance of muscle. I happen to understand that when it comes to the real world, those cattle have to have some muscle in them. We sell cattle when you go to the rail, and when you go to the real world, you better have some muscle in those cattle. So I try and keep all those things together in my mind. Congratulations to each of the exhibitors. Pretty hands-down winner for me for champion. For reserve, I think you can go a lot of different directions, and you just have to define which one hits you the best in terms of personal preference. I'm going to go out and take a look. Like I said, I've got my champion figured out real easy. Reserve, I'm still kind of thinking on. Let's put our hands together. Been a really good Red Angus show. Congratulations to all the young people.
We are going to take a picture break after the female show, so kind of bear that in mind. Congratulations to Cambry Murray, reserve grand champion, cow-calf pair out of Lebanon, Oregon. And congratulations to your grand champion, tag number 476, Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Tag 476 again, your grand champion. We'll take a short break right here, get some photos taken care of, and then we'll go to the bull show. Class number 18, tag 470, May bull calves. You're going to be first out. Then we'll move into the April calves, followed by division, then January bull calves. We are going to get right into the bull show. Looking forward to it. Class number 18 is going to be first out. Welcome, Class 18, to the show ring. Tag number 470, going to be looking at a May bull calf right here. Class 19, April bull calves, you're going to be on deck. Then we'll go to division and follow that up with January calves.
Young man's single entry is a May bull calf. Really good in terms of shape. When you read him down his top, upper part of his hip, has some push to his stifle. Nice testicular development for a calf at this age. Gets out and travels well. Congratulations, young man. That's a nice prospect.
Nice single entry right there, number 470. From Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, going now to class number 19, April bull calves. Got a pair of them here, 512 from Taylor Weigel of Stevensville and Baylor Murray Hurlburt of Raymond, South Dakota. Will bring his tag number 485.
Young lady in the black vest is going to win the class here. Big, bold-bodied calf at this age. Real attractive from the side profile. How his neck comes out of his shoulder high. A bit more refined about his bone. We could power him up, and that advantage goes to the calf that's going to be second. And I said both of them have black vest on. Young lady to my left wins the class. How's that? That young lady in the black vest. Sorry about that. Young lady here that's going to stand second. Bolder, stouter, featured bull in terms of bone and foot. Give up some in terms of softness to his midsection. Just give that guy just some time. Both those calves, from a future standpoint, have lots of quality to them as they go forward. I think, just as I said, our class winner, I think, just a little better balanced at this point. Congratulations to those two young ladies.
In reserve of the class right there, Taylor Weigel of Stevensville, Montana, tag 512. And Baylor Murray Hurlburt out of Raymond, South Dakota, tag 485. Going to win that class. We'll make selection now for our spring calf champion.
two really nice young calves in May and April out here. And young lady's bull calf has an advantage, just a little more length to him. Neck comes out high, real attractive. And I think as you project him out into the future, going to be one, just that added length is going to be to his advantage. Young man's bull calf might be a little bolder and stouter right now. So there's some give and take. I like that added length. Young lady's bull is going to win the division. Young man's bull will be reserved. Congratulations to them.
Your division winner right there, tag number 485, shown by Baylor Marie Hurlburt of Raymond, South Dakota, and Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan will be your reserve spring calf champion. We'll go to January bull calves now. Got a few of them to look at right here. We've got tag number 495 from Sun River Red Angus of Fort Shaw, Montana. Also tag 460 from Taryn Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. And Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan will bring his tag number 471. This will be division, and then we'll go to select our grand champion bull.
Good trio of bulls here. Young lady right here directly in front of me, back tag 460, wins the class. And when you look at this bull in terms of a culmination of traits from standpoint of length of body, in terms of how he gets out and tracks and hits his track appropriately because of his skeletal build, he's the one I think just handles the class pretty well. You could tuck him in at the point of his shoulder, but with the amount of hip that he has, and I think he's just green right behind his shoulder, he's not tight, he's just green. So his shoulder, that point of his shoulder probably won't bother me a year from now or down the road. I think he's just green. A dark red calf I love in terms of his balance. You want to lengthen that guy out relative to our class winner. He is a flatter shouldered guy. You like him better at the point of his shoulder. But like I said, length of hip, length of body. But if you want one that's just ultra smooth and still has some muscle shape, you can argue that pair. Calf that we conclude with is bold and stout and big structured. He's one that we just want to redesign in terms of how he's built, particularly up front. He comes to the ground with some twist to his front feet, but appreciate that guy in terms of muscle shape, in terms of leanness, you know, there's a lot of things there that are appropriate. Just want to soften him and maybe give him just a touch more openness right behind his shoulder.
Congratulations to our class winners right there. And your division winners as well. The reserve junior calf champion going to go to tag number 471, Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, and your junior calf champion is shown by Taryn Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, bearing the tag 460. Now we'll make selection of our grand champion bull. All those in contention for grand, welcome back and good luck.
We bring these two division winners back in, and again, that one that won the first class is real attractive. He's one in terms of just what you think about him down the road in terms of feature. He's going to be continue to do that and just have some show ring appeal, a bit more refined in terms of his bone work, and that's where the bull that wins the second division has some advantage, just stoutness of feature, and yet when you put that together with muscle and soundness, he has enough reach. Our older bull is going to be our champion today. Congratulations to the young lady.
Congratulations to Taryn Cox, Walla Walla, Washington. Going to be your grand champion bull. With tag 460, and of course in reserve. And Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan is going to be your reserve junior calf champion. We'll go right here to our NILE Regional Junior Bred and Owned female. Then we'll do the Junior Bred and Owned Bull Show. After that, we'll stop for pictures. So we will bring to the show ring the following in class number 29. Again, these are Junior Bred and Owned females. Looking for tag 464 from Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. 455 from T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming. T.J. also brings us 454. Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, 467. Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, 465. One more from T.J. Brown with 456. And Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, brings us tag 453. Looking right here at your Junior Bred and Owned females, Junior Bred and Owned bulls. Get it on your mind. You are 470, 512, 495, 460, and 471. You're on deck.
So you just want two, champion and reserve, correct? Okay. Congratulations to these two young ladies. You'll be champion bred known. Young lady with the older female will be reserve bred known. Congratulations to both of them.
Congratulations to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Going to be your reserve grand champion bred known. And the grand champion bred known female goes to Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, tag 465. We'll go right now to the junior bred and owned bull show. Like I said, there are 5. We'll look at tag 470 from Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan. Taylor Weigel of Stevensville, Montana will bring his tag 512. Off the Sun River Red Angus outfit in Fort Shaw, Montana, we'll see tag 495. Then it'll be 460, Taryn Cox of Walla Walla. And 471 from Gladmar, Saskatchewan, Eric Fettis.
We've already sorted through all these bulls. So young lady, that you were champion bull, let's go ahead and pull out. He's going to be champion bred known. Young man, you're a reserve bull. You'll be reserve bred known. Congratulations to those exhibitors. I'm really proud of any time you can have bred known cattle, the young folks building their program. I think that's really, really important as we go forward in our breed. So congratulations, all of you, with bred known cattle.
Eric Fettis from Gladmar, Saskatchewan, with tag number 471 going to be reserved. Taryn Cox of Walla Walla takes the coveted top spot in the Bred Known Bull Show. I believe we will take a hot minute here for pictures and come back with showmanship, or you want to do showmanship right away?
No, let's take pictures.
Take pictures. I get word from up here we're taking pictures. Junior showmanship. You are going to be coming in just as soon as we finish up with the pictures. That'll be Baylor Marie Hurlburt of Raymond, South Dakota. Corey Ton of Afraid of Washington. Alla Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Jasper Galliard, Stevensville, Montana. Neil Bronner of Valentine, Nebraska. Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon. And Caden Sutherland of Stevensville, Montana. Got a nice leather jacket up here with the name Cooper Justice embroidered on the left side. Also, Lane Toledo, I believe we've got your phone up here.
Down there with Worthington, Angus.
I think with that, we can get into our showmanship.
Huh? Showmanship. That's how I have it in the book. That's how it is in their book. Yep.
Get on with our showmanship classes here, and we'll welcome class number 31, junior showmanship. Good luck to you. Baylor Marie Hurlbert of Raymond, South Dakota. Cora Tawney of Ephrata, Washington. Ella Murray, Lebanon, Oregon. Jasper Gillard of Stevensville, Montana. Neil Bronner of Valentine, Nebraska. Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon. And Caden Sutherland of Stevensville, Montana.
I'll be honest with you, it's a whole lot easier to judge your cows than it is to judge the kids. These two young ladies do a really nice job. A young lady with the Red Bull up front's going to win. Young lady in the lavender shirt's going to be second. In terms of consistency, the young lady with that Red Bull is extremely consistent, very natural. She understands where she needs to have that bull set. She does a lot of things really, really right. Her ring presence is very good. Her confidence is good. Her stick speed is good. Just gets everything together, and she's extremely consistent. Young lady in the lavender shirt probably works. It has to work a little harder to get that heifer to relax, and just hadn't been out here as often as these others. But in terms of her knowledge of what needs to happen, in terms of her confidence of knowing how to set that heifer up, I think she's the next showman in terms of getting it right the most often. So you do an awesome job. Congratulations. And then, young man, you were up there in the top end. I think there's times where you loin that heifer and you just kind of run your stick down her top just because you've been told to do it, but actually need to pull her top down if you're going to do it. Don't just kind of make the motion. You want to work at keeping her head up and watch and I guess for all of you, the balance of keeping enough space between you and the animals in front of you, watching the judge enough, and then having your cattle set. So there's just a fine line there. Next young lady, usually I've judged her a couple times. She usually does really well. This old cow is just kind of done. She's not wanting to get set up for her. There's a time or two where she just didn't have her back wheels right, and that's what got her in trouble here. Young lady does a nice job. She's real relaxed, and I think that cow just, like I said, there's several times I looked at her, didn't have her hind wheels right. So our next three young people, y'all can go ahead and lead out. I think it's just a matter of ring experience and time. We need to continue to work at understanding how to get those cattle set quickly, understanding that balance between having enough room in front of you and then watching the judge, etc. So let's put our hands together for all of our junior showmen. Congratulations to them.
Excellent group of junior showmen right there, finishing in the top two positions. The reserve grand goes to Coratani of Ephrata, Washington, and your grand champion in junior showmanship, Baylor Marie Hurlbert of Raymond, South Dakota. We're going to the intermediate showmanship now. Charlie Klein of Gold Creek, Montana. Maxim Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. Katie Morris of Sun River, Montana. Joseph Moki of Heifer, Montana. Elizabeth Moki, also of Heifer. Madison Brist of Kinda, Montana. Zane Downey of Whitehall, Montana. Reese Spear of Butte, Montana. And Alex Smea of Belgrade, Montana. For your intermediate showmanship. Senior showmanship, get it on your mind. You are not too far away. Taylor Weigel, Kylie Smea, Cambry Murray, Taryn Cox, Eric Fettis, and Tyler T.J. Brown. You are coming in senior showmanship following our intermediate class. One addition to our intermediate showmanship class, Cade Barney.
Folks, let's put our hands together for our intermediate showmanship here, and all of the participants. Work down kind of the top end here, and it comes down to small details in terms of how you work the ring, how you get your cattle set in terms of efficiency, understanding by the time you get to this age, you need to know what the positives are, what the negatives are of your cattle, and work through that. Some small things that separate in a few places. This is, for me personally, I encourage young people to lead cattle underhanded, okay? And when you get onto the big stage and on some national level shows, if you'll watch consistently those kids that on those national showmanships that are at the top end, you're generally going to lead underhanded. So just something for you guys to think about as you progress forward here in this division. Several of you in terms of stick speed is really good, your posture's good, but the one individual that's been extremely consistent really does a nice job, young man right here in front of me. Congratulations. Gets a little closer for reserve, and then the individual that I probably, from the moment that individual stepped in the ring in terms of confidence, in terms of just getting that calf set and not having the easiest critter to show, but getting her right in terms of working at it till he gets her right. Young man in the blue shirt's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your reserve grand right there, Kate Barney. And our grand champion in intermediate showmanship, congratulations to Zane Downey of Whitehall, Montana. Got just one more class in the showmanship, our senior showmanship. We welcome in Taylor Wagle of Stevensville, Montana, Kylie Smaya of Belgrade, Montana, Cambry Murray, Lebanon, Oregon, Taryn Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, and Tyler T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming. Also, Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington.
Well, I thought by swapping heifers it might make it a little more make it a little easier, but it didn't. These three young ladies obviously are very, very talented. Two of them are sisters, and I'm not going to help anything with the sisterly love of they're going to go back, and one of them's going to, well, I beat you in showmanship. And they're going to hear that for the next year probably between the battling between the two of them. So that, like I say, makes it even more interesting. I'll tell all three of you, I'm not sure, somebody told you somewhere when you swap like that you need to comb. That personal preference, I'm out on that. Okay, 'cause I think I'm not sure of the reason. Okay, behind that, I do think you need to walk out like you did and look at them. I think that's a positive. So, but be careful. Like I say, I'm not too sure that reaching over and combing is something that brings anything to you out here. And really, I swapped because I wanted to see old knothead there on the end. That heifer's hard to show. She is hard to show, and so I just wanted to see kind of how you guys reacted to that. And if you're a young exhibitor out here watching these young ladies show, their stick speed and their presence is really good. There's some small things that separate them, and just very, very small posture things, how they handle the head of the cattle, and it's going to come down to personal preference. But again, let's put our hands together. I'm going to make a decision here. Still hadn't got my mind made up, but all three young ladies do an excellent job. All three, you can lead cattle for me any day.
Congratulations to Taryn and Jenna of Walla Walla, Washington. Taryn and Jenna Cox going to be our first and second in Grand and Reserve Championship in our senior showmanship. Congratulations to all of our showmen and all of our classes. Always a pleasure to watch such talent right here in the Magic City. With that, we are going to clear the show ring, and we'll go to our final show of the junior show, final class of the junior show, that is. Class number 34. Going to be looking at tags 450, tag 492, 510, 492 again, and 505.
Young lady's cream-colored heifer wins the class pretty handily, and you read this female in terms of balance and still being fresh and green and nice in terms of her build. I think all those things are correct. I saw her slip outside, and you know she's probably gonna be pretty sore tomorrow after watching that fall there. But that's a good-built, really maternal-made female that still keeps some muscle shape in her. Red female is gonna be second here, a little bit younger, one that doesn't have quite the performance, but we like the back shape, the hip shape, as you watch that female go in terms of flex. She might actually have just a touch more flex to her hock when she gets out here. Really like them, but just as you project her out in terms of the balance, combination of soundness there. Kind of a logical third fits here, and you get into these next three cattle, there's some structure challenges. This female is just bolder and stouter in terms of muscle shape. We'd like to blend her parts and pieces a little better. She's tighter in her forerib, and you can see she comes out of the top of her scapula a little high, so we'd like to see that all those things blend together a little better, but still in terms of having some added muscle shape, you read like that about her. Gets a little closed up as she goes away from you. One that's deep and bold from her chest floor back to her flank comes next. She's just too rigid in her movement. We can see both at her knee and her pastern. We want to have more flex. Come around next with this young heifer. Same thing in terms of having bold bodied and really nice curvature to her rib. Nice look from the side. Want to realign how she's built off of both ends from a structure standpoint, give her more flex and give out of both ends. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your top two in class number 34, Kate Berry of Klamath Falls, Oregon with tag 450, and Coratani of Ephrata, Washington with tag 510 is the class champion. Got a single entry here. In class number 35, Alex Smea with tag 504.
Single entry heifer that's attractive from the side, still has some push to her stifle, and you can see in terms of muscle shape, she's one that has some muscle read to her, a little rigid in terms of movement, but particularly off of her hind leg. We'd like to just give that hock and pastern a little more give, but long neck, big top, good prospect for the young lady. Congratulations to her.
Again, congratulations to a very impressive single entry right there. Tag 504 from Alexis Smea of Belgrade, Montana. We'll now make selection for our grand champion percentage female in reserve, and I believe that will conclude our junior show. Open, Showman. You are on deck.
Let's go right up the middle there. As we bring our Red Angus show to close here on the junior side, nice way to close with these crossbred heifers, young ladies, female up at the front, the tan-colored one. As a percentage female, that's a heifer that can go out and compete on a lot of different levels. She's attractive from the side and going to make a nice cow. Still, in terms of hip width, she's good. Young lady, you're going to have the champion female. Congratulations to you. We'll bring out that one that was second in class. baby that comes in that was second in class. I think she has an advantage at the ground in terms of just flexibility and looseness into her joints. Really fancy in terms of her balance and attractiveness. She's going to be our reserve. Congratulations to the gentleman.
Congratulations to our reserve grand champion percentage female, shown by Cade Barney of Klamath Falls, Oregon. And our grand champion percentage, congratulations to Coratani of Ephrata, Washington. And that is the conclusion of the junior show.
Turn around, get lined up, get ready to go.
Open Showman, you are up. Our judge for today in the open show, Mr. Matt Leo. He has been with us all week, doing an outstanding job, of course, as one would expect. Open show, class number 2, April Heifer Calves. You're going to be first out. Tags 259 from Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon. Emma Neck of Emma Neck of Mountain, Oregon. Tag number 231, and Bailey Marie Hurlburt of Raymond, South Dakota with 237.
Well, a really nice class we've got here to start off your Red Angus Open show. And I think you've got a trio of heifers out here that are a little bit different all the way across the board. The female we're going to elect to start off with, for me, I think has an advantage compositionally out here. She's one that's smooth-shouldered. I think she ties into her top and her foreribs so well. One that I think is really functional in the way that she's made. I like the body shape she's got. I like the soundness. Gives you a great look with still having some future power to her. In a perfect world, sure, you could give her a shot more bone, but I think that's being nitpicky on one that good. The heifer calf that comes out next, I think the difference I see in second and third, she's a longer-necked female. I think it's trimmer and laid into her shoulder nicer. She's one that down her top is smooth and level and square. She wants to be maybe just a touch steeper through her knees and through her pasterns. The heifer we round the class off with, she's stout, she's burly in terms of her rib shape. One I think's got some quality and power to her compared to those top two heifers. We'd like to lean her up through her front end just a touch and trim her up through her throat latch and down through her chest floor. Three nice females out here. Congratulations to you.
Reserving the class goes to Emma Neck of Malin, Oregon. Tag 231, the class champion shown by Bailey Marie Hurlbert of Raymond, South Dakota. Tag number 237. That's going to bring us to Class 3. These are March heifer calves. Got a pair of them to look at. 247 from Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. And tag number 208 from Bullis Creek Ranch, Valentine, Nebraska. We'll go to division following this class. Class 4A. You are February heifer calves. You'll be 214, 217, 222, and 211. You will be coming up right after division. Tag 222, Dalton Cattle. You are on deck. We need you to the staging area, please. Tag number 222, Dalton Cattle.
Really nice female we've got to start this class off with. In terms of power, with the width and thickness and some body shape, she does that quite well. She's a big-footed, big-legged kind of a female. One, you sure like how sappy-middled she is. She's real up-headed and long-necked. If I could change this female, I'd like to just loosen her down or see her just a little bit more level. In terms of her top line and the way that she tracks out, I'd like to see her a little longer strided as she goes. The female that comes out next in second in the dark red heifer, she's long-necked, one that's straight and strong in her top line, one that's good on her feet and legs when she gets out, moves around the ring. For me, compared back to that class winner, we'd like to stouten her up in terms of the way she's put together. Two nice calves. Congratulations to you.
Reserve of the class goes to Bullis Creek Ranch of Valentine, Nebraska with tag 208, 247. Cambry Murray, Lebanon, Oregon is your class champ. We're going to bring them back now and go to division. We'll bring back those in contention for Spring Calf Champion. And again, February heifer calves, you are on deck.
Two really nice calves we've got out here in consideration for your division champion. We've got the female that came out of our first class, and as we talked about her before, one that I think is really feminine in the way that she's put together and kind of gives you a striking look. I like the soundness this female's got. I like the rig and the condition they've got her in. I think she's just right for her size and for her age out here. One that's got some muscle, she's got some look, and she's got some power, and I think she's got worlds of future to go with that. Big husky kind of a female that comes comes out next, right out of our next class here. When we talked about the body volume and the bone and the muscle she's got out here, while still giving you a real soft look in terms of her rib shape. For me out here, the female that suits me the best for your division winner is going to be the heifer calf out of your first class. So we'll bring that second place out and give them another look and pick your reserve. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your reserve right there, shown by Emma Neck of Malin, Oregon. Your spring calf reserve champion. The calf champion, tag number 237. Bailey Marie Hurlbert of Raymond, South Dakota. We're going to go to Class 4A here. 3 entries in this class. Tag 214 from Clark Red Angus of Fishtail, Montana. Number 217, Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. And 211, Dr. T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming. This is Class 4A. 4B, you're on deck. You'll be tags 210, 250, 200, 249, 219, and 255.
Three really nice heifers we've got out here. And the female that wins this class is one that I think you grab a gear with pretty quick out here. She's one that I think's laid in neater right at the point of her shoulder. A female that I think's got more substance and power to her. She's a stouter pin female, one that's got some width to her skeleton. She's big boned. She's clean in her joints. At the same time, she gives you a good look and looks really complete, balances up well. The female that comes out next right behind her and second, one that I think is really fancy and long and thin up through her neck. She's level and square to her top and back through her tail head set and her rump. You get right behind this female or you study her compared to that class winner. She's one we'd like to give her a shot more bone. We'd like to see her nickel whiter based in the way she's put together. And the heifer we round the class off with. One, I like the fleshing ease and the body volume and the soundness about her. She's one we'd like to balance up, maybe a tick better and clean her up through that front end. Three nice heifers. Congratulations to you.
Top 2 in the class right there in reserve from Clark Red Angus of Fishtail, Montana. Tina Clark showing 214. And your class champion from Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, tag number 217. Class 4B, you are up. Welcome, good to have you. Tags 210 from T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming. Camry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon brings us tag number 250. 249 comes from Camry Murray, also of Lebanon, Oregon. Number 219, Maxim Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, and Rafter C. Reds of Clarkson, Washington, with tag 255. Class number 5, January heifer calves. Be thinking about it. You are on deck. We'll be looking at 258, 243, 223, 226, 244, and 225.
I think you got a close top pair on top in this class. And the female that we're going to go ahead and start off with, for me, I think she ties in neater and higher at the point of her shoulder. She's one when you get her going out here. She's got a lot of reach and flex off of both ends. I like how uniform she is in terms of her body depth and how loose structured and long bodied she is. You get right behind her. She's functionally wider in her pin set. She has a real functional rear leg and foot on her underneath. That's a nice female. The heifer that comes out right behind her in second, one that I think super stylish in the way that she's made. A female that's really good topped, and she's level and square back through her pins and her tail head set. She's one for me that maybe just gets a little bit rounder and open at the point of her shoulder and not near as stout as we get right behind her. But those are two high-quality, highly presented females. Female that comes out right behind her, we wheel out in third, is one that I think is moderate frame. She's got plenty of body shape to her, one that's sound in terms of her running gear out here. For me, we'd like to level and square her out through her hip. We'd like to smoothen her out through that front end. And the heifer that comes out right behind her, one that's lean and trim made. She's long bodied. She's smooth shouldered. She's one we'd like to make her softer in terms of her mid rib and her flank. And the heifer we round the class off with is one that does have some rib shape and some base width to her. She's one that maybe has a shot more condition on her out here for me today. Nice set of heifer calves out here. Congratulations to you.
Camry Murray finishes second out of that class with tag number 249. Camry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon also finishes at the top of the class bearing tag 250. Welcome to class number 5. We're going to look at tag 258 right here from Redland Red Angus of Heifer, Montana. Also From Joseph Moki of Heifer, we'll look at tag number 243. Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, going to bring us 226. 244 comes from Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. And the pride of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, again, Eric Fettis with tag 225. Class number 6, Winter Heifer Calves, you are on deck. We're going to do division after this one. Then we go to Class 6.
I think an interesting class of calves you've got out here, and I think you've got some differences in type all the way through this class. The female we're going to start off with in this dark red heifer, for me, I think she's one that balances up maybe a tick better than the rest of them. She's better through her neck and her shoulders. She's one that's beautiful from the side. You like all the things she's got. She checks a lot of boxes for me in terms of being having some rib shape and being pulled apart underneath. I like how long top she is and how functional she is back through her hip, one that can get out and go. There's no doubt I like the body shape and that heifer that comes out next in second. She's one that's soggy about her middle. She's really good on her feet and legs. Compared to that class winner, she's got a little more throat latch and chest in her. We'd like to pick her up in her front end just a touch. The young lady's heifer that comes out next in third, one that's got some power and some look to her. She needs some more rib shape and body for me. She's one we'd like to just clean her up right at the tip of her chest. And the heifer the young man's got that comes out next, one that's stout bones. She's stout featured. She's a little bit coarser up through that front end. And her front 1/3, we'd like to clean her up and help balance her out. And the heifer calf we round the class off with, one that's got some rib shape. She's sound on her wheels out here when she goes. We like to stouten her up from end to end. Nice set of heifers out here. Congratulations.
In reserve of the class right there, Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with tag 244. And Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan is going to be your class champ with tag 225. We'll go to division right now. We're going to bring back to the show ring all those in contention for selection at division. Tag 217, 250, and 225. The class champions, the reserves, 214, 249, and 244.
I think a really nice lineup of three heifers you've got out here. The female up front, as we talked about her before, one that I think's got a lot of future to her in terms of her femininity and power and balance. She does that well while combining it together in a loose structure that gets out sound. The heifer right behind her is one that I think's real flashy in the way that she's made. Worlds of power. She's big-footed. She's got some cushion to her pasterns when she goes. But to go with all that, she's one that's got some rib shape. She's got some power right behind her. Really good right behind her shoulders, the way she ties in. Yet she's still really fresh in terms of her appearance. The heifer that just came out of our last class that we talked about, one that balances up really well, one that I think's got some elevation from her chest floor to the ground. She's long and lean about her neck and really fresh in terms of her appearance and the way that she's made. A good hip kind of a female, one that's good in terms of her running gear. I'm going to go out and take one more look. We'll grab you a champion, and then we'll get you a reserve.
Congratulations to your champion and to your reserve. They both come out of that first class, Class 4B. Reserve goes to Camry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with 249. And the champion, tag number 250, also from Camry Murray, Lebanon, Oregon. We'll go to our winter calf now. This is going to be a division. This will be your fall calf champion. Tag number 252 from Madison Murray of Hollister, California. Class number 9, summer yearling heifers. Also a single entry there, 206. 252 and 206, the next two that we're going to look at.
Well, a single entry that comes out here, and one that I think could probably stand a tick more competition. She's a really nice female, one that I like how stout and powerful she is. She's great on her feet and legs and really got some substance and power to her. You get right behind this female and over the top side of her skeleton, she's got a lot of natural width and thickness, while at the same time still look real broody in terms of her type. We look forward to seeing her out here a little later. Congratulations to you.
Class number 9 coming up right here now. Summer yearling heifers. Looking at tag 206 here from Bianchi Ranches of Gilroy, California. Class number 9. We'll go to division after this class, then we'll move to class number 10, April spring yearling heifers. A single entry there as well, 232.
Another really nice single entry that comes out here, and one you sure love her about how lean and thin she is about her neck. She's an up-headed kind of a female that I think is made really correctly. From her shoulders back, she's really long and smooth and level. She can get out and stride off of both ends. Another female that's got a lot of eye appeal and look, but she's got some power to go with it. Congratulations to you.
That is tag number 206 from Gilroy, California's Bianchi Ranches. That's going to be your intermediate champion heifer. We'll go to class number 10 now, April spring yearling heifers. Single entry here from Iminek of Mountain, Oregon, tag 232. Class number 11, March spring yearlings. You are on deck with 248 and 224.
Really nice heifer that comes out here as a single entry, and I think you kind of jump up a notch out here in terms of power and look. One that gives you a great look from the side, yet she's one that's good on her wheels out here when she gets around the ring. Love the curvature and the center sweep she's got to the lower midsection of her body. She's one that's powerful up high, yet still really elegant up through that front end. Nice female. Congratulations.
That right there, tag number 232 in Class 10 from Iminek of Mountain, Oregon. Finishing at the top of the class. Congratulations, Class 11 coming up now. Oopsie. Give us just a hot second. Then we'll be back with Class 11, 248 and 224. Cambry Murray and Zane Downey. Be thinking about it. You are going to be next out. Then it'll be our senior intermediate champion heifer division. And just like that, we are back up and running, open for business, going to Class 11 right here. Tag 248 from Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, and from Whitehall, Montana, Zane Downey. From here, we will select our senior intermediate champion heifer and reserve. Class number 12, February junior yearling heifers. Got a fairly good gaggle of you in class number 12. Tags 209, 242, 230, 212, and 216.
Two nice heifers. We're going to go ahead and leave them the way they stand out here. The female up front for me, I think, is just more my speed, folks, in terms of being great through her shoulders, and her neck hooks up higher at the top side of her blades. I think she's a truer top female when you study her. I love that back leg set she's got. A big-footed kind of a female, yet her feet are shaped right. She can get out and reach. She's got some power to her and got some look. For me, she balances up better. I think she's fresher. She's neater in her lines, and I think she ties it all together a lot smoother. The heifer that comes out right behind her, there's no doubt she's big-bodied, and you sure like the spring and shape she's got. She's level and square back through her hip and her tail head set. She's one for me that's got a tick more chest in her. She's got a shot more shoulder. We'd like to strengthen her up right behind her blades. Two nice females. Congratulations.
Reserve of the class going to St. Downey of Whitehall, Montana. And Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon is your class champ there. We're going to bring back 232 from class number 10 to make selection of our senior intermediate champion heifer right here. Class 12, have it on your mind, 209, 242, 230, 212, and 216. You are coming up next.
Two really nice heifers we've got out here in this division, and I think they're both maybe just a shot different in the way they're put together. Both really sound and good looking. The female we got that came out of our first class out here in this dark red heifer, I think she's just burlier in terms of her build. She's a big-legged, big-footed kind of a female. One, you sure like how stout she is when you get right behind her, yet she's got worlds of body and shape. She holds all this power and all this look together so good on the move, yet still being eloquent up through that front end. The female out of our last class that just came out here, we talked about how feminine she was and how she balances up. One that I think is in really good condition and shape out here, while at the same time being really sound and attractive in the way that she's put together. You've got some trade-offs amongst these two out here. I both think they're excellent, high-quality females, but I think the power and volume is the way that you got to go out here today. We're going to use that female out of the first class in this division. We'll pull that, go back to the second one right here for reserve. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your reserve senior intermediate champion heifer from Lebanon, Oregon. Tag number 248 shown by Cambry Murray. And our senior intermediate champion heifer, tag number 232 from Immanek of Mellon, Oregon. That's going to bring us to class number 12. We've got 5 in the class. We're going to welcome Madison Brist of Cotta, Montana. We'll take number 209, Elizabeth Moki of Heifer, Montana. Take 242. 230 comes from Jasper Galliard of Stevensville, Montana. Tyler T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming with tag number 212. And finally, tag 216 from Charlie Klein of Gold Creek, Montana. Class 13, you are on deck. 245, 213, 220, 218, and 254, you're on deck.
Really nice class we've got here. And the heifer over there on the rail is the one we're going to start off with. I think the biggest thing she's got working for her out here today is compositionally, she's probably the most correct. I think she's one that's the right size for her age out here, but to go with that, she's a good female. She's long neck, she's smooth shouldered. She's one that's got some power and some width and thickness to her. Maybe doesn't have the overall sogginess we find in some of these in terms of their middle, but she's got plenty enough rib shape out here while being attractive and sound at the same time. The female that comes out next in second does have the advantage of being deep-bodied. She's got a lot of spring and shape to the center and lower portions of her rib cage. You get right behind her. She's a stout, wide-based kind of a female that gives you a good look. For me, if we could change her today, we'd like to pick her up in her front end and lean her up through her front one-third. A nice heifer that comes out next in third, one that I think's got a lot of flex and give off of both ends of her skeleton when she gets out and goes, and she's got some base width to her. For me, if you could change her out here today, she gets just a little bit thicker and coarser about her neck and her head. She's one we like to just strengthen her up right behind her shoulders. Nice female that comes out next, one that's got a weight per day of age advantage. She's long-bodied, she's big and stout. For me out here today, we'd like to tone her down in terms of her size. We'd like to pull her apart underneath, clean her up through that front one-third. Heifer, we round the class off with a good-bodied female that I think is really practical in the way that she's made. She sounds structured. She's level and square-hipped. Young man's done a great job of getting her shown. For me, I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her feet and legs. Nice set of heifers out here. Congratulations.
Reserve of the class goes to Madison Brist of Kyla, Montana, with tag number 209, your class champion from Tyler T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming. Tag number 212. We're moving on to class number 13. Some January junior yearling heifers right here. Tag 245 comes to us from Ella Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. Number 213 from Tyler T.J. Brown of Powell, Wyoming. Fettis League, Taryn Cox, Walla Walla, Washington, with tag 220. Number 218, Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. And finally, 254 of Gilroy, California, it is Mila Pernick. We'll go to division after this class. Division will select our junior champion female. Class number 15, single entry. You will be on deck then.
different type of heifer we've got that comes out here to win this class, but I think she's one that probably checks the most boxes and balances up the best. She's the best neck, best shouldered female out here, one that I think is really smooth in terms of her top. In terms of her hip and her tail head set, I like how long and functional she is. She's the biggest bone, biggest footed female out here. I think when you get her parked and stopped, she gives you a great look, but she's one of those ones that can get out and move around the ring pretty good too. The female that comes out next and second does have the advantage of being deeper bodied out here. She's one that's flat shouldered. She's got some length to her face and to her neck. I don't think she's as stout as that class winner that goes out, but that's one that's broody and I think made right and has worlds of future about her. A nice female that comes out next and third, one you like the base width and the width of chest she's got. She's got some spring and shape up high in terms of her middle, real level and square to her hip. She's one that's big-legged, just doesn't want to get out and go today. She's one we'd like to pick her up in her front end just a touch. And then the female that comes out right behind her, I think one that's really practical in the way that she's put together. She's sound on her running gear. She's one that's got some width of skeleton to her. When you get right behind her, she plays out just a touch. We'd like to stouten her up in terms of her pins, have her read with more width and thickness throughout. The heifer we round the class off with, one that's good top. She's good hipped out here. She's one for me that needs a shot more substance to her. Nice set of females out here. Congratulations to you.
Tag number 218 from Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, finishes in the reserve spot of the class. And our class champ, none other than Mina Pernick of Gilroy, California, with tag 254, will now make selection of our junior champion female. Going to division now, all those in contention. Welcome back to the show ring. We'll need tags 212 and 254, as well as 218 and 209 for division. Class number 15, you're going to be next out. A couple of things that I need to make you aware of. Hereford Show, we're looking at a 12:30 tip-off for you. Hereford Show, we're going to be looking forward to seeing you at 12:30. And also our Junior Supreme Row, the females and bulls, that's going to take place right here in the show ring at 5 o'clock. And the Open Supreme Row, females and bulls both, that's going to take place at 5:30. And you need to check in at the office by 3 o'clock. If you're going to have one in Supreme Row tonight, this afternoon, make sure you get checked in at the office by 3 o'clock.
Two really nice females we've got out here in this division, and the heifer up front is one that, from a femininity standpoint, being clean in her throat line, she does that quite well. Really sound and loose in terms of her structure. She's one that gives you a good look from the side with having some balance and power. The female that just came out of our last class, as we talked about her before, big-footed, big-legged. She's one that's got some depth to her heels. She can hit her tracks dead even on the go. One, I like all the muscle and the width and power she's got while yet being so clean up through that front end. That second-class winner in this division is going to go ahead and be your champion. We'll bring the second place out here to take a look and then grab your reserve. Congratulations.
Our reserve junior champion female and champion female, both coming out of that most recent class there, are January's. Reserve is going to go to tag number 218, Jenna Cox of Walla Walla, Washington, and our junior champion female, 254, Myla Pernick of Gilroy, California. That'll bring us to Class 15. Single entry right here. This will be a division. This will be our senior champion female. Tag 254 from Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Class 16, you're going to be on deck 251. And then we drop down to class number 17, tag 260.
One that comes out here and probably hits me between the eyes as hard as anything as I've seen all week. One that I think shines like a diamond in terms of quality and power. She can get out, move like a baby calf. I don't care what color she is. That's good cattle right there. She's so stout featured, so sound. She's in the right kind of condition and shape. She's got a beautiful little udder to her and just blows you away with all the power and femininity and look she's got. Awful impressive female. Congratulations to you.
Great single entry right there. That's going to be your senior champion female, shown by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Washington. Nebraska, excuse me. Tecumseh, Nebraska. Late in the week, folks. It's late in the week. We're at class number 16 now. 2-year-old cow with calf, tag 251, shown by Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon, and then Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon will bring his class tag number 260 for class 17. And from thence, we shall move to division and then on to select our grand.
Well, I think a really nice pair that comes out here in a cow that's holding her own in terms of having some longevity and look and power, and I know how tough it is to keep these cow-calf pairs managed and going, and I think this is an awful nice one out here. She's stout structured, she's feminine, she's cowy in terms of her type, and the proof is standing right behind her in this heifer calf she's got at side. An impressive female out here that's got some power and a lot of similarities her mother does in front of her. Awful nice pair out here. Congratulations to you.
That is tag 251, your 2-year-old cow with calf class champs. We'll go to number 260 now. 260, mature cow and calf, shown by Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon. And after that, we're going to bring back those in contention for selection of cow-calf champion. Then on to select grand.
Another really nice pair that comes out here is a single entry, and I think a really nice cow, one that's sound in terms of her structure. She's big-bodied. She's got some size to her, and she's the right size, I think, for her age. I like the condition they've got her in out here. Really nice heifer calf she's got at side. I think that's a female that's got a lot of quality to her and a lot of power, and I think a calf that's got a lot of future. Congratulations.
Again, a very impressive single entry right there in the mature cow-calf class. Let's bring back tag 251 from class 16 now to make our selection for cow-calf champion. And then it's going to be on to division to select our grand champion female.
Two really nice pairs that come out here for your division. The pair up front that we talked about, an attractive cow that's laid in so neat through her front end and down her top. One that's really fresh in terms of her type, and you like the build she's got. Impressive calf at side. The pair right behind her, we just got done talking. A female that comes out here, and she's really sound structured. She's good-footed. She's holding her own and doing a great job with an impressive calf at side. An impressive cow-calf pair show we've got out here in this division. We're going to go ahead and use the pair up front to be champion. We'll fall right behind to these here for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your cow-calf champion. That is tag 251 from Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. And in reserve, the impressive tag 260 from Paisley Reynolds of Powell Butte, Oregon. Going to go right now to make selection of our grand champion female in reserve. We'll welcome back to the show ring all those in contention for selection of grand champion female. And once again, I want to remind you, we do have our Champions Drive here tonight at 5 o'clock for the juniors and 5:30 for the open show. That's for females and bulls. Check in at the office by 3.
Well, if we could, folks, let's put our hands together and give these Red Angus breeders and exhibitors and everybody involved with this breed a big round of applause. I think it was an impressive show out here from top to bottom. You had some cattle that came out that had a good look about them. They were in the right kind of shape and condition and size for their age, but to go with that, I think they're cattle that have some soundness and some power to them. I think it was an awful impressive show out here from top to bottom. We've talked them all in class and in division all day. I'm going to go out and take one more look. I'll grab you a grand reserve. A great show out here. Let's give another big round of applause if we could.
Congratulations to Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with tag number 251. The 2-year-old cow-calf pair finishes in reserve for the grand champion, and your grand champion female goes to Hadley Hartman, tag number 234. We will take a break right here for photos, get the pictures all squared away, then we'll come back with a bull show. Class number 18, you'll be first out. Tag 228, then 19. Class 19, 238. Class 20, 256. That's going to be our first three classes, all of them single entries when we get to the bull show. I believe we are going to be good to go into the bull show. We're going to get her on right here. Welcome, tag number 228. Welcome to the Red Angus Regional Bull Show. Tag number 228 going to be first in. This one's shown by Eric Fettis, DKF Angus of Gladmar, Saskatchewan. 238 here on deck, then 256.
Well, a single entry and one that I think comes out here as young calf and is really nice in the way that he's built. Sound structured, one that's husky about his middle for being this age and this size. He's got plenty of power to him, really fresh in terms of his appearance out here today. Yet he's one that I think is real youthful up through that front end and still has some power to him. Nice calf. Congratulations to you.
Again, a nice single entry right there for class number 18 from Eric Fettis of DKF Angus. Gladmar, Saskatchewan, tag 228. Now let's go to class number 19, another single entry here. This one from Bailey Marie Hurlburt of Raymond, South Dakota. Tag number 238. Tag number 256, you are on deck.
Really nice bull out here and one that balances up so well. He's so youthful and attractive up through that front end, one that's presented really right. He's a clean sheath, good testicled bull. He's one that works plenty of shape and power right behind his shoulders. He's shapely through his forearm, a big, long, smooth hip in him, and you get right behind him, and he's one that's got some stifle and power in him. Nice single entry. Congratulations.
Again, that was class number 19, 238, shown by Baylor Marie Hurlburt of Raymond, South Dakota. We'll go to class 20 next, 256, the single entry here. This one's shown by Rafter C. Reds of Clarkson, Washington. And from here, we'll go to division to select our spring calf champion. If you're in contention for selection at division, please be ready.
Another really nice bull that we've got out here is a single entry, and one in terms of stoutness. He's got plenty of width to him and power up high and down low. One that's got some body shape to him. He's masculine in terms of his build. I'd like to smoothen him up through his shoulders and tuck him in his chest just a touch, but I think that's a real unique calf out there that's got some width and thickness to him. Congratulations.
Again, a great entry there at class number 20 from Rafter C. Reds of Clarkson, Washington. Let's come back now to select our spring calf champion. Welcome to division. All those that are in contention, back to the show ring, please. And again, Herefords, we're looking forward to seeing you at the bottom of the hour. We're just about 24 minutes away.
Three really nice single entries we've got out here for in contention for your champion division out here. And we've got the calf up front that came out of our first class, and one that I think's got some power. He's got some look. You like the rib shape he's got to go with it. You get behind him, a bull that's shapely in the way that he's made. The bull that comes out of our second class out here for me, I think, is kind of your happy medium. He's a good shouldered kind of a bull that's good in his running gear. He's one that's got some depth to his rib shape while having some width to his skeleton. At the same time, he's really fresh and neat up through that front end. One that reads with some shape shape down his top, and you get right behind him. You sure like how big hip he is. The calf right behind him that just came out of our last class is one that I think stout. I think he's burly in the way that he's put together. I think he's a stout-headed bull, yet he's still real smooth about his neck. One that you sure like all the shape he's got down his top, how much body and how much power he's got. I think you've got a lot of differences out here in this calf division. I think the one that probably checks the most boxes for me out here today and is a real safe bet to land on is going to be that bull that came out of our second class. We're going to roll right behind him to the bull out of our third class reserve. Congratulations to you.
Baylor Marie Hurlward of Raymond, South Dakota, picking up the Spring Calf Champion Award. And in the Spring Calf Reserve, a tag 256 from Raptor C. Reds of Clarkston, Washington. That'll bring us to class number 22. Going to look at a January bull calf right here. Matter of fact, we're going to look at a handful of them. Tag number 221 from Taryn Cox of Walla Walla, Washington. Also, from Deep Lake Land and Livestock of Indian Head, Saskatchewan, we'll see tag 239. Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, going to bring his tag number 229. And 203 comes to us from Bar H Ranch of Troy, Idaho. This will be a division. Our champion here will be your junior calf champion in reserve.
Two stout calves we've got out here, and the bull we're going to elect to use out here to win this class is one that I think has just got that much more to him in terms of power, in terms of flexibility. He's a bull I like an awful lot while still having a modern look. He might get a touch around right at the point of his shoulder, but that's a big back, thick-ended kind of a calf that you sure like the depth of middle he's got. You like the soundness of structure to go with that. He puts it in a real well-balanced, eye-appealing kind of a package. Real stout, husky-made calf that comes out next in second. I love the rib shape and design about him. He's one that's good on his feet and legs out here. For me, we'd like to lengthen him out through his front end just a touch as you compare him to that good bull that leads out, but I think those are two high-quality individuals. The short-tailed bull that comes out is one, I think, is square-hipped. He's one that's got some body volume. For me out here today, we like to stouten him up in terms of his bone work, and the bull we round the class off with. Another one that's got some fleshing ease. He's got some body volume. He's a touch steeper in terms of his shoulder for me. We'd like to see a shot more bone underneath him. Nice set of bulls out here. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your reserve right there off Taryn Cox from Walla Walla, Washington. Tag number 221. And our calf champion, tag number 203 from Bar H Ranch of Troy, Idaho. Those are your reserve and junior calf champions. It brings us to class number 28. Tag number 267 from Walking T Genetics of Joliet, Montana. This is a March Spring Yearling Bull. February Junior Yearling Bull. You are on deck. 262. Then class number 30, 207.
Impressive bull that comes out here, and one that's loose structured. He can get out and go. A powerful individual to study from the side, one that works plenty of width and thickness. I like how pulled apart underneath he is and how soft he is in that rib shape, while yet being a smooth-shouldered, long-fronted kind of a bull. Awful nice single entry. Congratulations.
An excellent single entry right there from Walking T Genetics of Joliet, Montana. Tag 267. 262 going to be out in class number 29. Looking at one from Sagebrush Cattle Company of Wills Point, Texas, in partnership with Timber Creek Ranch of Marietta, Oklahoma. This is tag 262, class number 29.
Really good-looking bull out here, and one that's so powerful in terms of his build, yet one that I think he's the right size out here in terms of his age. A good middled kind of a bull, one that's stout-boned. He's really mobile on his feet and legs. He's one that gives you a good look. He ties in neat and smooth the top side of his shoulders while being so powerful and good-looking. One that balances up really good and packs a powerful punch. Congratulations to you.
An excellent entry right there again. Tag 262 from Sagebrush Cattle Company of Wills Point, Texas, in partnership with Timber Creek Cattle Company of Marietta, Oklahoma. Tag 262, class winner. Let's go to class 30 now. Tag number 207. From Lautenschlager and Sons of Endicott, Washington, as well as Erica Bianchi and Bianchi Ranches of Gilroy, California. They bring us tag number 207. We'll go to division from right here. 267 and 262. Have your hammer cocked. You're coming back for division after this class.
Really good-looking single entry that comes out here, and one's that's made the way I like him. And he's about my speed. In terms of his front end, he's tucked in so neat and smooth. At the point of his shoulder, he's a long neck bull that's still clean in terms of his throat latch. In terms of the design and the way he's built, he's beautiful and loose down his top, yet he's still stout, level and square back through his hip. Plenty of power, plenty of look. He does it in a real well-balanced package. That's a good-looking bull. Congratulations to you.
Impressive single entry right there. From class number 30, tag 207, Lautenschlager and Sons of Endicott, Washington, Erica Bianchi and Bianchi Ranches of Gilroy, California. Now to make selection of our junior yearling champion bull. Welcome back all those that are in contention for selection of junior yearling champion bull.
Really nice division you've got out here, and I think you've got three powerful bulls. The bull up front that came out of the first class in this division, one that's sound on his feet and legs. He gives you a good look from the side. He's plenty powerful in terms of his body shape and how much muscle he's got. The bigger bull that just came out of our middle class out here that's second in the lineup, one you sure like the stoutness, you like the added volume. He's one that's got plenty of width and thickness and power, yet still combines that in a real sound look. Large testicle bull out here that you sure like the width, the skeleton, and the soundness of structure he's got. The bull that just came out of our last class out here is one that's got a lot of eye appeal and look to him. I love him up through his front end, and he's one that balances up so good in terms of the way that he's put together. Three nice bulls out here on an awful tough division. I'm going to go out and show you the one that I like, and we'll grab you reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, tag number 207, your reserve junior yearling bull champion from Lautenschlager and Sons of Endicott, Washington, as well as Erica Bianchi of Gilroy, California, and Bianchi Ranch is also of Gilroy, California. And congratulations to the junior yearling bull champion bull. That one from the good folks at Sagebrush Cattle Company of Wills Point, Texas, Timber Creek Ranch of Marietta, Oklahoma, and HR Star, tag number 262. Your yearling junior champion bull. Going to move right now to class number 33. 2-year-old bulls here. Got a single entry. Tag 265 from Eric Fettis of Gladmar, Saskatchewan, as well as Volness Ranch, Eden, South Dakota.
Really nice big bull out here that comes out. One that's stout and good looking. Beautiful up through that front end. One from his shoulders back. Has got so much length of body. Beautiful from the side, the way he's presented. I like the way he's designed and put together. You like the added power this bull's got. Congratulations to you.
Your senior yearling champion bull right there. Tag number 265, shown by Eric Fettis and Volness Ranch. We'll bring back our junior yearling champion bull now. Tag number 262 for selection of Grand Champion Bull. 262 and 265 coming back for a selection of your Grand Champion Bull. Also want to remind you, your Junior Supreme Row is going to take place at 5 o'clock this evening, and the Open Supreme Row at 5:30. That'll take place right here in the show ring. You do need to check in at the office by 3 o'clock, please.
What a good way to wrap up our Red Angus show over here with a great set of bulls out here. And it's been a lot of fun to sort through these bulls out here. This is a breed that I've admired and respected for a long time. And you can see when you bring bulls out here, oh, they're a breed that's on the move in the right direction and doing so many great things. These bulls are complete. I think they're ones that are sound structured and stout in the way they're put together. They've got the flex and longevity to get out there and cover cows and make a difference in a cow herd. It's been a pleasure to sort through these Red Angus bulls. If we could, let's give these breeders and exhibitors and everybody here at the NILE a big round of applause on a great show. I'm going to go out and grab you a champion, then we'll get you reserved. It's been a lot of fun.
Class number 30 going to dominate in Grand Drive. The reserve there, number 207, number 207. And your grand champion bull, tag number 262 from Sagebrush Cattle Company, Timber Creek Ranch, and HR Star.
Let's do group classes real quick.
We're going to do our produce of dam and then senior get of sire, and that'll complete our show. Then we'll get to go on to the Herefords. Herefords, you're just coming up here very soon. In class number 34, produce of dam takes 238, 212, and 227.
We come out here to our group classes, and I think it's awful impressive the way they're put together. And you can see the power and the similarities out here. The group off to my left over here in the corner is going to go ahead and be first. The ones in the middle will be second, and the ones on the far end will be third. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to an impressive produce of dam class. We'll go to class number 35, our final class here. Tag 227, this will be senior get of sire. Tag 227 from Eric Fettis, and then from Walla Walla, Washington, the Coxes. We will be over for pictures in just a short minute. Hereford Show, you are on deck.
Single entry out here in this group and an impressive set of cattle from top to bottom out here in this lineup. Congratulations to you guys. You brought some good ones out here this week.
That is the conclusion of our Red Angus show for 2024. Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder both going to Cambry Murray. Congratulations. And with that, we are going to shut down our Red Angus show for 2024. Certainly has been a joy to have you here with us. Good luck with the rest of your stay in Billings, and we look forward to seeing you again at the 2025 NILE. We'll be right back with the Hereford Show.